Welcome to the 2024 Colorado State Fair. This is the Senior Doe Show. I want to take a moment to introduce you to our judge. Our judge this morning in Ring A is Paula Reisdorf. She comes from Dysart, Iowa. That is up by Cedar Rapids, I believe she told me. She has been a judge for over 10 years for the American Dairy Goat Association. In real life, her job is a veterinarian, and she breeds sawn and goats. How about a warm Colorado welcome for Miss Paula Reisdorf?
All right, these are our yearling La Mancha milkers here, and I'm going to start 1/2 today. I feel she's going to excel in general appearance. It's a doe that's just whiter across that loin. When you put your hands on her, there's much more length and width to the thurls when viewed from behind. Also, she's going to pick up as far as the advantage in the mammary system. We're just seeing more height to that rear udder, and then body capacity, depth in that rear rib. Then we're seeing our second place doe. 2/3 today, I felt had that turn in her turn-in advantage in general appearance, just a little bit more strength in those feet and legs, more upright in those rear pasterns, tighter in those toes. The doe standing behind her also feel as far as in her turn and dairy strength just a little bit longer and sharper and just greater angulation throughout, or greater angularity, than our third place doe. 3/4 today, I felt had the advantage in the mammary system. We're just seeing more height or more width to that rear udder, more appropriate placement of the teeth, smoother, more blending of that fore udder when viewed from the side here. And then in her turn also in body capacity, just more depth in that rear rib than the doe, this fourth place doe though. But the fourth place doe, certainly a doe with a lot of we really like the sharpness and the withers and the angularity we see with her, and we want to commend her for that. Thank you.
In our La Mancha yearling class in Ring A, first place with first place udder, entry 1301, Sandstone Ridge Sky Ivory is the goat's name. Paisley Hastings is the exhibitor. Second place, entry 1255, Jennifer is the goat's name. Jerome Wheeler is the exhibitor. Third place, entry 1064, Cyclone, also exhibited by Jerome Wheeler. And fourth place, 1082, Sweet Bees Rain, exhibited by Devaney Hastings.
All right, this is a single entry in our 2-year-old milker. She's a first freshener doe, certainly very much so worthy of her first place. She's standing really like the strength of the feet and legs with her, the strength of bone, the power, the extension of that brisket that we see with her, and she has a really capacity of that mammary system today, and definitely worthy of a first place.
La Mancha does 2 to under 3 years old, first place with first place udder, entry 1446. 7R Sisters, Cosmic Brownie, exhibited by Jen Dionisio. We move now to our La Mancha does 3 to under 4 years old.
All right, these are 3-year-old La Mancha milkers, and for me, they're kind of a close pair, and there's some trade-offs between them, and I could justify actually given reasons and move the other one around. But I'm going to go 1 over 2 today. I feel she's going to excel in general appearance. We're seeing she's just a little bit more smoothly blended in that front end assembly, full earth area crops. She walks about the ring. She's more nearly level in that area, that loin as she walks about. Also, just a minor dues, for instance, as far as in the mammary system, she's going to need a little bit of capacity to the second place, but she's got the first place doe just a little bit more smoother blending to that forerudder, more appropriate placement of teeth, and the strength in that medial suspensory ligament than we're seeing in the second place doe today. Second place doe, though, certainly a very powerful doe, a lot of strength, a lot of power, a lot of width throughout, and we really want to commend her for that. Thank you.
La Mancha does 3 to under 4 years old. First place with first place udder goes to entry 1318. Sweet Bees Natasha is the goat's name. Aaron Cornett, the exhibitor. Second place, entry 1302. Love Acres KV Edelweiss, exhibited by Paisley Hastings. We move now to our does 4 years to under 5 years old.
right, these are 4-year-old La Mancha milkers here, and I'm going to go 1 over 2 today. I feel this doe is going to excel in general appearance. She's just walks more nearly uphill. She walks about the ring. She's more nearly level from hips to pins, wide, and more nearly level from thurl to thurl as well. Also feels in the mammary system just a little bit more height to that rear udder when viewed from behind. 2 over 3 today. It's going to be the advantage she's going to have in general appearance. Just a doe that's so much more smoothly blended from the neck into the withers. They're fuller in the area of the crops, much more nearly level. She walks more uphill. She walks about the ring and more nearly level from hips to pins. Also picking up as far as the point category, as far as in feet and legs, much more upright in those rear pasterns, and just showing us more correct hind leg angulation as she walks about the ring. And in dairyness, just a little bit showing us just a little bit greater angularity throughout than we're seeing in this third place doe. Third place though, really want to commend her for the mammary system, the height, the width, the overall attachment. She is my first udder.
In our La Mancha does 4 to 5 years old, first place goes entry 1319. Sweet Bees Manishka is the goat's name. Aaron Cornett, the exhibitor. Second place, entry 1083. Sweet Bees Manda Panda, exhibited by Davini Hastings. And third place, with first place udder, Tool Creek Dirty Diana, exhibited by Aaron Cornett. With that, we bring the first place animals back into the ring for the selection of La Mancha Senior Champion.
All right, this is our lineup for our champion La Mancha milker. Here, the headline, we have a 4-year-old doe with 3 freshlings. A doe I really like the smoothness in that front end assembly, the levelness over that top line, well-attached mammary system. We have our 3-year-old doe here, a doe that I like the dairyness with her. She's very open in the rib, a lot of angularity throughout. We have our 2-year-old doe here, a doe I really like the strength, the power, the strength of bone, the width over that top line. And then we have our milking yearling down here, a doe that I like the length over that top line. And looks appeared is going to grow up and be a very mature doe that'll be able to compete with the older does. But we've got the quality up here. I'm going to focus up here on the top 2 does here today. But I'm going to go with the older doe over the doe standing behind her. I feel she excels in the mammary system, the capacity today, that mammary system height, the width, and just a little bit smoother or a little bit more nearly level from the hips to pins. And so she will be my champion. All right, we've brought in the second place doe from that class. A doe we like the dairyness, the incredible openness in the rib. You can see that just even from her standing here and showing us tremendous capacity of that mammary system. But I don't feel she's got the strength in the general appearance, the levelness over that top line, and the height of that rear udder, even though we're giving up some capacity on the doe. But I'm going to go with the 3-year-old here, and she'll be my reserve.
So the grand champion for the La Mancha breed today also will be the best of breed animal with no champion challengers. Came out of the does 4 to 5 years old. It was entry 1319. Sweet Bees Manishka is the goat's name. Aaron Cornett is the exhibitor. Aaron, congratulations. The reserve grand champion came out of the 3 to 4 year old class. It was entry 1318. Sweet Bees Natasha is the goat's name. Aaron Cornett is again the exhibitor. Congratulations again, Aaron. After we check some animal identification, we will bring the first place udders back into the ring for the selection of best udder of breed for the La Manchas this morning.
All right, this is our lineup for our best udder, and this is just going strictly off the mammary system. And we've brought in this older doe here at the head of the line, and she's going to be my best udder, a doe that just excels in that height of that rear udder, overall area of attachment, and so she will be my best udder.
In ring A, for the best udder for the La Mancha breed, it came out of the does that were 4 to under 5 years old. Tool Creek Dirty Diana is the goat's name. Aaron Cornett is the exhibitor. Aaron, congratulations. With that selection, we move to the La Mancha show in ring B. La Mancha show in ring B. As we start our show in ring B, I want to introduce you to our judge in ring B. Her name is Sarah Corral. She comes from Jamestown, Indiana. That's a bit northwest of Indianapolis. She's been an ADGA judge for 4 years. Before that, she was on the judging team for dairy cattle at Purdue University, and she's judged many 4-H shows and other non-ADGA shows. In real life, she's a lawyer. She's a lawyer for municipal finance, and she raises alpines. How about a warm Colorado welcome for Miss Sarah Corral?
All right, good morning, everyone. These are our La Mancha yearling milkers. Today, one is placing over 2 for her advantage in mammary system. She shows us more width of foreudder attachment, more smoothness of blending of foreudder attachment. She's more correct in her teat size and placement than the doe in 2. Additionally, she has the advantage in general appearance. She's more naturally level across her top line, particularly in the area of the loin, and in body capacity, she's deeper bodied throughout. Our second place doe over our third place doe, for her advantage in general appearance in her own turn. She's stronger on her rear pasterns and shows us more depth of heel than this doe in 3. She's also more correct in that thorough placement, stands with those rear legs a little more comfortably underneath her body. Additionally, she has the advantage in the mammary system, being smoother blending in her forudder attachment and higher in her rear udder attachment, though she's going to grant some width of rear udder attachment to this doe in 3. Our third place doe over our fourth place doe, for the advantage in mammary system in her own turn. She blends more smoothly in her forudder attachment. She is wider in her rear udder attachment than this doe in 4. Additionally, she has the advantage in general appearance, being wider across her loin and wider from thorough to thorough, and in body capacity being longer and deeper in her barrel. The doe at the end of the line really appreciate the dairy strength that she shows us, particularly the sharpness over the withers, for which she should be commended. My first udder will be my first place doe.
In our B ring, La Mancha breed for the 2024 Colorado State Fair, first place with first place udder. Entry 1301, Sandstone Ridge Sky Ivory is the goat's name. Paisley Hastings is the exhibitor. Second place, entry 1255, Jennifer is the goat's name. Jerome Wheeler is the exhibitor. Third place, entry 1064, Cyclone is the goat's name, also exhibited by Jerome Wheeler. And fourth place, entry 1082, Sweet Bee's Rain, exhibited by Davany Hastings. We move now to our La Mancha does 2 to under 3 years old with a single entry.
We have a single entry in our La Mancha 2-year-olds. This is a doe that I admire for her general appearance. Really appreciate the strength of back, the natural upstandingness, the width and flatness of rump that she shows us. When we look at the mammary system, appreciate the capacity to mammary system, the extension of forudder attachment that she shows us. She's very deserving of her first place today.
La Mancha does 2 to under 3 years old, first place with first place udder. Entry 1446, 7R Sisters Cosmic Brownie, exhibited by Jen Dionisio. We move now to our La Mancha does in ring B, 3 to under 4 years old.
These are my 3-year-old La Manchas. Today, one is placing over 2 for the advantage, primarily in general appearance. She's more angulated through her stifle joint, more naturally level in the area of the loin than the doe in 2. Additionally, she does have an advantage in mammary system, showing us more balance and symmetry to her mammary system when viewed from the rear, and showing us a bit more width of rear udder attachment, especially relative to her overall size, than the doe we see in second. The second place doe really appreciate the length of bone pattern and the strength of bone that she shows us, for which she should be commended.
La Mancha does 3 to under 4-year-old class. First place with first place udder, entry 1318, Sweet Bees Natasha, exhibited by Aaron Cornett. Second place, entry 1302, Love Acres KV Edelweiss, exhibited by Paisley Hastings. We move now to our La Mancha does 4 to under 5 years old.
These are our 4-year-old La Manchas. Today, one is placing over 2 for her advantage primarily in general appearance. She's more naturally level from her hips to her pin. She's flatter from throw to throw than the doe in 2. When we watch them on the move, she is stronger on her rear pasterns. Additionally, she has the advantage in body capacity, showing us more length of barrel. And in the area of dairy strength, she is longer in her bone pattern. When we look at the mammary systems, I think they're really close here. When we look at the actual lactating tissue, I think we see a little more width of rear udder attachment on our second place doe, but we certainly see more height to rear udder attachment on our doe in 1. Our second place doe over our third place doe, it's for the advantage in general appearance in her own turn. She blends more smoothly from her neck into her withers. She's stronger on her rear pastern. She's more correct in that thorough placement and stands with those rear legs a little more correctly underneath her body. The doe in 3, really appreciate the overall area of attachment that she shows us. She will be my first place udder today.
For the La Mancha breed in Ring B, first place goes entry 1319, Sweet Bees Manishka, exhibited by Aaron Cornett. Second place, entry 1083, Sweet Bees Manda Panda, exhibited by Devaney Hastings. And third place with first place udder, Tool Creek Dirty Diana, exhibited by Aaron Cornett. We have the first place animals from each one of the age groups back in the ring for the selection of La Mancha Senior Champion in Ring B.
This is my lineup for my La Mancha Senior Champion. For me, the 2 does that really rise to the top in terms of mammary system are these 2 older does at the head of the line. And for the advantage that she shows us in dairy strength, the overall length of bone pattern, the natural levelness in the area of the loin, the openness of rib, I'm going to use this 3-year-old doe. She's going to be my champion. We're big in the big, powerful second place doe. Out of that 3-year-old class, not quite the correctness on rear feet and legs that we see on the doe ahead of her. We're going to use the 4-year-old doe for our reserve.
Your grand champion and best of breed animal for Ring B today came out of the 3 to 4-year-olds. It was entry 1318. Sweet Bees Natasha is the goat's name. Aaron Cornett is the exhibitor. Aaron, congratulations. The reserve grand champion came out of the does 4 to 5 years old. It was entry 1319. Sweet Bees Manishka is the goat's name. Aaron Cornett, again the exhibitor. Aaron, congratulations once again. We'll check some animal identification, and then we will move to the best udder for the La Mancha breed in Ring B.
Right. This is our lineup for our best udder in the La Mancha breed. Today, my best udder is going to be the doe, who really shows us the most area of attachment, shows us just a bit more balance and symmetry to mammary system than our champion of the day. I'm going to use the 4-year-old at the head of the line.
Best udder of breed for ring B for the La Manchas this morning came out of the does for to under 5 years old. It was Tool Creek Dirty Diana, exhibited by Aaron Cornett. Aaron, congratulations on that award. That completes our La Mancha Doe show in ring B. We'll move now back to ring A with Nigerian Dwarf yearlings. Just a logistical note, exhibitors, mostly for you, Aaron. For best doe in show competition later today, the judges have asked that the breast of breed does be milked out. Thank you.
Single entry in our Nigerian Dwarf yearling milkers, and a doe that's certainly very much so worthy of a first place. A doe that's shown us tremendous strength and extension of that brisket, depth of heart, depth in that rear rib, width over that loin, well-attached mammary system. Certainly worthy of a first place.
First place in our Nigerian Dwarf Ring A does 1 to under 2 years old goes to entry 1472. 7R Sisters Forte is the goat's name. Jen Dionisio is the exhibitor. We move now to our Nigerian Dwarfs 2 to under 3 years old.
I would say single entry in our 2-year-old Nigerian Dwarfs, and certainly a doe worthy of some competition. Really like the upstandingness that she has with her, the strength of bone that she has, the height of that rear udder, very much so worthy of her first place. We'll see her back for the champion lineup.
First place with first place udder in our Nigerian Dwarf does 2 to under 3 years old, entry 1194, LZK Acres Sugar Toast, exhibited by Casey Kwong. We move now to our Nigerian Dwarf does 3 to under 4 years old.
right, these are 3-year-old Nigerian dwarf does, and one over is going to have the advantage over two and an advantage of general appearance. Just a doe that's more uphill as she walks about the ring. She's showing us more strength in her back, particularly in the china, and is more nearly level from hips to pins and more nearly level from thorough as well. It's advantage in the mammary system. So we're seeing just more height to that rear udder, width in the rear when viewed from behind than our second place doe. Second place doe, though, certainly a doe that I really want to commend her on the extension of that brisket. Thank you.
Nigerian dwarf does 3 to under 4 years old. First place with first place udder. Entry 1434. Mardi Gras is the goat's name. Jen Dionisio is the exhibitor. And second place, entry 1431. 7R Sisters Maserati, exhibited by Jen Dionisio. We move now to our Nigerian dwarf does 4 to under 5 years old.
All right, these are 4 or 5-year-old Nigerian dwarf does. I'm going to go 1 over 2 today, and she is going to be my first udder. And it's going to be the advantage of that mammary system, the height, the width of that rear udder, just more over attachment to that mammary system that we're seeing in our second place doe. I also feel in general appearance she's going to excel as far as in that front end. We're seeing just more smoothly blended on the top of the shoulders there, fuller at the area of at the top, the fuller in the area of the crops there than we're seeing in our second place doe. The second place doe, though, certainly a doe that we really like, the depth, the power, the depth in that rear rib, and we're going to commend her for that. Thank you.
And our Nigerian dwarf does 4 to under 5 years old. First place with first place udder goes to entry 1453. Miss Piggy is the goat's name. Casey Kwong is the exhibitor. And second place, entry 1435. Caudal Red Barn Quaint is the goat's name. Jen Dionisio is the exhibitor. We move now to our Nigerian dwarfs 5 years and over.
All right, these are 5 and over Nigerian dwarf does, and they're all 5-year-olds today out here. I'm going to go 1 over 2 today, and she is going to be my first udder. Feel she's going to excel in that mammary system. We're just seeing more width to that rear, more fullness to that forward udder, just overall attachment capacity of that mammary system today. Also, she excels in dairy strength, just a longer, leaner neck. She's sharper at the wither. She's more open in the rib, cleaner, more incurving of the thigh than we're seeing in this third place doe. 3 over 4 today, in her turn, and her advantage in the mammary system. Just seeing more overall of attachment to that mammary system when you put your hands on her. Also in general appearance, a doe that's just more upstanding. She walks about the ring. She's much more nearly level, particularly in the area from the hips to the pins, and more nearly level from thorough to thorough. 3 over 4 today, I felt had the advantage in her turn in the mammary system. Just more appropriate placement of the teats. More for extension of that forerudder when viewed from the side. And then as far as in general appearance, just a doe that just I feel walks a little bit more uphill. She walks about the ring, a little bit more smoothly blended from the neck into the front of the chest there. But this fourth place doe, certainly a doe that we like the strength of bone that we with her, and we want to commend her for that.
In our Nigerian dwarf does 5 years and over, first place with first place udder goes to entry 1432. Darla Faye's Coco Chanel is the goat's name. Jen Dionisio is the exhibitor. Second place, entry 1195. Sugar Beet Mayberry, exhibited by Casey Kwong. Third place, entry 1430. Dills BNR Veiled, exhibited by Jen Dionisio. And fourth place, entry 1449. Heaven's Hallow, Edge of Eden, exhibited by Carly Borchers. We bring our first place animals back in the ring now for the selection of Nigerian Dwarf Senior Champion for the 2024 Colorado State Fair.
All right, this is our lineup for our senior Nigerian dwarf champion. We have the head of line here. We have our 5-year-old doe, a doe that I really like the dairiness, the openness, and the ribs that we see with her. We have our 4-year-old doe, very well attached mammary system. We really like the height, the width, the overall attachment, the smoothness, the blending of that fore udder. We have our 3-year-old doe, a doe here with a lot of tremendous power. Really like the extension of the brisket, the depth that we see in that rear rib. We have our 2-year-old doe, a doe stand very sound feet and legs. I will like the symmetry of that mammary system when viewed from the side. And then we have our milking yearling doe here, a doe that's a good. We really like the strength over that top line, the width over that top line that we see with her. For me, my closest competition comes between the does standing here at the head of the line. But I feel there's one doe that does excel in the mammary system, the height, the width, the overall area of attachment with her. And so today it's going to be the 4-year-old doe, and she's going to be my champion. Okay, we've brought our second place doe from that same class. A doe I really like the general appearance and the smoothly blending, but I don't feel she's got quite the mammary system to compete, and the dairy strength and the openness in the rib and the angularity that we see in the older doe, the 5-year-old, and so she'll be my reserve.
Nigerian Dwarf Grand Champion, also best of breed animal today with no challengers. Came out of the does 4 to under 5 years old. It was entry 1453. Miss Piggy is the goat's name. Casey Kwong is the exhibitor. Casey, congratulations. The reserve grand champion came out of the Nigerian Dwarfs 5 years and over class. It was entry 1432. Darla Faye's Coco Chanel, exhibited by Jen Dionisio. Jen, congratulations on that selection. After we check some animal identification, we do have a group class today.
right, we have a single entry in our breeder trio, and certainly a group that deserves some competition here. A set of does that are all standing on good feet and legs. We're seeing a lot of strength and power throughout, height to the rear udder, and they certainly are deserving of a first place today. Thank you.
A breeder's trio in ring A for the Nigerian dwarf breed. The breeder is Jen Diniso. Congratulations, Jen. We move now to Dam and Daughter.
All right, single entry in our Nigerian dwarf dam and daughter. We have the dam standing on the right with the daughter standing to the left here. Certainly we're seeing some consistency with the height, the rear of that mammary system, strength of bone throughout. Very, very much so worthy of their first place. Thank you for bringing them.
First place in our dam daughter class. The dam's name is Sugar Beet Mayberry. Casey Kwong is the exhibitor. We move now to our Nigerian dwarf show in ring B.
We have a single entry here in our Nigerian dwarf yearling milkers. Really appreciate the strength and power of this doe. Really appreciate the depth of body, the width of chest that she shows us. Appreciate the length and levelness of top line that she shows us, particularly in the area of the back. When we look at that mammary system, really like the width of rear udder that width of rear udder attachment that she shows us. She's very deserving of her first place today. We have another single entry here in our 2-year-old Nigerian Dwarf class. Another doe that I appreciate for that body capacity. Really love the depth of rib that this doe shows us. Really appreciate the dairy strength, the length of bone pattern that she shows us, the openness of rib that she has. And when we look at the mammary system again, really appreciate the width of rear udder attachment, the width of fore udder attachment, and very deserving of her first place today.
In Ring B for the 2024 Colorado State Fair Nigerian Dwarf Yearling Class, first place with first place udder was entry 1472. 7R Sisters Forte is the goat's name. Jen Dionisio, the exhibitor. In our 2-year-old class, 2 to under 3-year-old, first place with first place udder, entry 1194. Al Z.K. Acres Sugar Toast, exhibited by Casey Kwong. We move now to our 3 to under 4-year-old Nigerian dwarfs.
These are 3-year-old Nigerian dwarves. Today we're going to start with 1/2 for the advantage she shows us in mammary system. She has more capacity to her rear udder with more width of rear udder attachment. She's smoother blending in her fore udder attachment. Additionally, she has the advantage in dairy strength. She's sharper and more prominent about her withers. She's flatter and more open in her rib. She's going to grant to the natural levelness of top line that I really appreciate on this second place doe.
First place with first place udder in our Nigerian Dwarf 3 to under 4-year-old class, entry 1431. 7R Sisters Maserati is the goat's name, exhibited by Jen Dionisio. Second place, entry 1434. Mardi Gras, also exhibited by Jen Dionisio. We move now to our Nigerian Dwarfs 4 to under 5 years old.
These are 4-year-old Nigerian dwarves. One is placing over 2 for her advantage in the mammary system. She's higher and wider in her rear udder attachment. She shows us more cleft to her mammary system with more strength of medial suspensory ligament. She has a bit more extension to foreudder attachment than the doe in 2. Additionally, she does have an advantage in general appearance, showing us less excess movement in those shoulder blades as she travels around the ring, being a little bit deeper in her heart. The second place doe really loved the length of bone pattern that she shows us, for which she should be commended.
In our Nigerian dwarf 4 to under 5-year-old class, first place with first place udder, entry 1453, Miss Piggy, exhibited by Casey Kwong. And second place, entry 1435, Caudal Red Barn Quaint, exhibited by Jen Dionisio. That moves us to our last Nigerian dwarf age class for the B ring, does that are 5 years and over.
this class of Nigerian dwarves, one is placing over 2 for her advantage, primarily in dairy strength. She's sharper over her withers, she's flatter and more open in her ribs, she's looser and more pliable in her skin than the doe in 2. When we look at the mammary systems, we have some trade-offs here. I prefer the smoothness of blending of foreudder attachment on my second place doe, but my first place doe will be my first place udder because of her height to rear udder attachment, her width of rear udder attachment, the extension of that foreudder attachment that she shows us today. Our second place doe over our third place doe, for the advantage she shows us primarily in general appearance. She blends more smoothly from her neck into her withers, she's tighter and fuller at the point of elbow, she's more nearly level from her hips to her pins. She also has an advantage in mammary system, showing us more overall area of attachment with more width of rear udder attachment than the doe in 3. Our third place doe over our fourth place doe, again for the advantage in general appearance in her own turn. She's more correctly angulated through that stifle joint, stronger on those rear pasterns than the doe in 4. She also has an advantage in mammary system, being smoother blending in that foreudder attachment than our doe in 4. This fourth place doe, really appreciate the depth of rib and sharpness of withers that she shows us, for which she should be commended.
Now Nigerian dwarf does 5 years and over. First place with first place udder goes to entry 1432, Darla Faye's Coco Chanel, exhibited by Jen Dionisio. Second place, entry 1195, Sugar Beet Mayberry, exhibited by Casey Kwong. Third place, entry 1430, Dills BNR Veiled, exhibited by Jen Dionisio. And fourth place, entry 1449, Heaven's Hallow Edge of Eden, exhibited by Carly Borchers. We bring our first place animals back in the ring now for the selection in the B ring of Nigerian Dwarf Senior Champion and Best of Breed.
This is my lineup for my Nigerian Dwarf Senior Champion. Today my Senior Champion and my best udder is going to be the doe that really excels in that mammary system. She's the doe that shows us the most overall area of attachment. Really appreciate the capacity to mammary system that she shows. And when we look at her body, a doe who certainly no slouch in general appearance or in dairy strength, we are going to use the 4-year-old doe. She'll be our champion and our best udder. We bring in the super long-bodied, long bone pattern doe that was second place in that 4-year-old class. We don't see quite the height to rear udder attachment on this doe, or quite the natural strength of top line that we see in the aged doe, and she's going to be our reserve.
In ring B, the grand champion Nigerian Dwarf, also the best of breed and the best udder of breed animal, came out of the does 4 years to under 5 years old. Entry 1453, Miss Piggy is the goat's name. Casey Kwong is exhibitor. Casey, congratulations. The reserve grand champion came out of the does 5 years and over. It was entry 1432, Darla Faye's Coco Chanel, exhibited by Jen Dionisio. Jen, congratulations to you. This does conclude our Nigerian Dwarf show for Ring B. We will see that grand champion animal back later today for the selection or the competition of Best Doe and Show. And we'll move now back to Ring A with all other purebreds. Don't forget Casey for best doe and show. The judges have asked for those animals to be milked out. Thank you.
right, these are yearling AOP, and Doa handily went to the top of the class for me, and she's my first daughter as well. It's gonna be that, and we do have it. We're seeing the comparison of a doe that's freshened. Our second place doe is actually a precocious milker doe that's actually never freshened, but she's being milked regularly enough, is being milked daily, and so puts her up into the milking classes. But it's gonna be the advantage of that mammary system, the height, the width, the ovular attachment, more extension of that fullness that for her, and also I feel she has also the advantage in dairy strength. She's got a longer, leaner neck. She's sharper in the withers, just cleaner, more seeing her just greater angularity throughout and cleaner, more incurving of that thigh than we're seeing in our second place doe. 2 over 3 today, I felt was advantage in general appearance. A doe, as she walks about the ring, she's just more appeal. She's stronger in the area of the chine. She's much more nearly level from hips to pins and from thurl to thurl today than the doe standing behind her as well. And in body capacity, just more width in that chest floor, depth in that rear rib than we're seeing in our third place doe. 3 over 4 today for me, it came for general appearance, feet and strength in feet and legs, just a little bit more upright in those rear pasterns, tighter in those toes than the doe standing behind her. Also in the mammary system, I feel she excels just a little bit more width to that rear height than the mammary, and symmetry between the halves when viewed from behind. But this fourth place doe, it's very dairy. She's very, we're just seeing a lot of angularity throughout her, and we really want to commend her for that. Thank you.
In our AOP division, yearling milkers, first place with first place udder goes to entry 1402. Prairie Dust Farm Raleigh is the goat's name. Timory Foster is the exhibitor. Second place, entry 1307. Mosaic Serrano Simona, exhibited by John Welker. Third place, entry 1308. Mosaic Ramello Sunkissed, also exhibited by John Welker. And fourth place, entry 1473, Pleasant Grove A.K. Sriracha, exhibited by Jen Dionisio. We move now to our all other purebred division with does that are 2 but under 3 years old.
All right, these are 2-year-old AOP does, and the first place will be my first udder as well. And it's for the advantage of the mammary system. We're just seeing more just width to that rear udder, more overall attachment, fullness to that fore udder. Then there's our second place doe, also is an advantage in general appearance. Just a doe that we're just seeing longer over that top line throughout and longer bone pattern throughout than our second place doe. 2 over 3 today, fell the day was the advantage of the mammary system. We're just seeing more width to that rear udder, just overall attachment capacity of that mammary system. In general appearance, just a slight edge advantage too, as far as it just being a little bit wider from thurl to thurl than their third place doe. 3 over 4 today, it's the advantage. We're going to see it coming in general appearance. A doe that's just more nearly level of her top line, showing us more length or more levelness from hips to pins as she walks about the ring, and body capacity she picks up at the points as far as in the depth in that rear rib than we're seeing in our fourth place doe. 4 over 5 today, Phil had the advantage in her turn in general appearance as they walk about the ring. She's showing us more strength and levelness, particularly in the area of the loin as she walks about, and also in the mammary system. I feel just more capacity at mammary system today, giving her that advantage over our fifth place doe. Fifth place doe is certainly a doe with a long bone pattern, and we want to commend her for that. Thank you.
In our AOP division, does 2 to under 3 years old, first place with first place udder, goes to entry 1311, Mosaic Rain Something Spicy, exhibited by John Welker. Second place, entry 1310, Mosaic Leo Linden, exhibited by John Welker. Third place, entry 1309, Mosaic CFL Joy, exhibited by John Welker. And fourth place, entry 1455, Snickerdoodle, exhibited by Jody Griffin. And fifth place, entry 1456, Kooky Come, exhibited by Jody Griffin. We move now to the AOP does 3 to under 4 years old.
These are 3-year-old AOP does, and I'm starting the head of the line. 1/2 today for the advantage. We're going to see in a doe, and Sonnens are generally going to be our bigger does. Not necessarily just because bigger is always better, but a doe that's just more abstaining. She walks about the ring. We're seeing just more length over that top line. Also in body capacity, just more depth of heart, fuller at the point of elbow there. Just a tremendous depth of body. Then we're seeing in our second place doe. 2/3 today. I feel has the advantage today in her turn in general appearance. A doe that's just more abstaining. She walks about the ring. She's stronger and more nearly level, particularly in the area of the loin as she walks about the ring. Dairy strength. We're seeing a doe that's just more prominent wedge shape, more open in the rib, cleaner, more incurving of the thigh than we're seeing in our third place doe. 3/4 today felt advantage in her turn in general appearance. A doe that's just stronger in her in the chine, more nearly level from hips to pins, and showing us more correct hind leg angulation when viewed from the side, and also in the mammary system, not in capacity, but she's going to just yield some more correct symmetry that mammary system when viewed from the side. 4/5 today, it's going to be the advantage of the mammary, more width to that rear, more over attachment capacity to that mammary system, body capacity doe that's just showing us more depth in that rear rib, and just more width in that chest forward when viewed from the side. 5/6 today is going to be the advantage in the mammary system. We're just seeing more symmetry than it has when viewed from the side. Also the thing with the, also I feel in general appearance, just a doe that is just showing us more nearly levelness from hips to pins than the doe standing behind her today. The doe here at the head of the line, though, doe is certainly really like the length of the neck, the sharpness in the withers, and we're going to commend her for that. Thank you.
In our AOP division, does that are 3 years but under 4, first place with first place outer goes to entry 1312, Mosaic Rain Svetlana, exhibited by John Welker. Second place goes entry 1122, Briargate Miranda, exhibited by Caitlin Hardesty. Third place, entry 1313, Mosaic Eli Rain Dance ET, exhibited by John Welker. Fourth place, entry 1074, Mabel is the goat's name, Jerome Wheeler is the exhibitor. Fifth place, entry 1314, Mosaic WHJC Jelly, exhibited by John Welker. And sixth place, entry 1315, Mosaic Letitia ET, exhibited by John Welker. We have no 4-year-olds, so we move now to the does 5 years and over with a single entry.
All right, this is a 6-year-old doe here. A doe I really admire the upstanding. You just look at her, the upstandingness with her. She's very dairy. We're showing a lot of angularity throughout. Well-attached mammary system, definitely very much so worthy of her first place, and we'll be excited to see her back in the champion lineup.
First place with first place udder in our does 5 years and over, entry 1123, Briargate Salsa, exhibited by Caitlin Hardesty. At this point, we bring the first place animals back to the ring from each one of the age groups for the selection of Senior Grand Champion.
All right, we've brought in our 4 OAP does here back in for the champion lineup. We have a 6-year-old Nubian doe here, a doe we just saw her here a few moments ago. Doe it's very upstanding, a lot of dairiness to her. We have this incredibly powerful 3-year-old doe, doe that I really like the strength, the power, just a beautiful general appearance, silhouette when I look out of the side. I wish we could have seen a little bit more milk to go with that size today, but geez, what a beautiful general appearance today on her. We have our 2-year-old doe here, a doe that really had like the capacity at mammary system, the width that we see in that rear, and then we have this milking yearling down here, a doe that's just beautiful in that general appearance. She's just so uphill, so level, and has a very well attached mammary system. The yearling's going to be my champion. All right, we've brought in the yearling doe from that second in the class, a doe that we like the general appearance, a doe that's, or just the strength and power that we see with her. I don't see quite the mammary system. I'm going to go, and nothing again to take away from this on and this doe and the general appearance, but oh, I wish she had a little bit more milk. And so given due regard to age and stage of lactation, the dariness that we see with the age doe, I'm going to go with the age doe and she'll be my reserve.
Grand champion today for the AOP division came out of the yearling class. It was entry 1402. Prairie Dust Farm Raleigh is the goat's name. Timory Foster is exhibitor. Timory, congratulations. The reserve grand champion today was the aged doe, those 5 years and over. It was entry 1123. Briargate Salsa, exhibited by Caitlin Hardesty. Caitlin, congratulations to you. We do have a challenger in this breed for the title of best of breed, so as soon as we do some identification on the animals, we'll be moving to that class.
All right, we've brought in our challenger to compete with our champion. I'm going to go with the challenger today. She's going to have, we have this advantage today, and part of it's going to be maturity too. It's advantage in the mammary system, just more overall attachment capacity of that mammary system, and we're just seeing given again due regard to age and stage of lactation, just an older doe that we're seeing that's still standing on beautiful feet and legs. Doe is just a little bit longer over that top line, but again, nothing to take away from this yearling. That yearling's going to be in her time as she moves up is going to be extremely hard to beat. So very beautiful class. Thank you.
Okay, today in the AOP class, the best of breed animal that will compete for the best doe and show competition a bit later is the challenger. It was entry 1316. Pearl Valley Something Royal 2 is the goat's name. John Walker is the exhibitor. John, congratulations. That animal is also the best udder for the AOP division today. We do have some group classes for this breed, so we'll move into those next.
All right, we have a single entry in dam and daughter, with the dam being on the right and the daughter being on the left, and certainly a pair of does are very worthy of their first place. Well productive, showing us a lot of capacity in mammary system, strong bones, standing feet and legs, definitely worthy for first place.
First place in our dam daughter class, the dam's name is Pearl Valley Something Royal 2. John Walker is the exhibitor. The next class will be the Breeders' Best 3.
All right, again, a single entry in this Breeder's Best 3. Definitely a group of does. I really like the general appearance. Very long, tall does. Strong, tremendous power, strength on these does. Very much so worthy of their first place today. And now they brought in the best of breed today to compete back up in there in that dairy herd with these same does, and very much so a good, very strong and general appearance does. Just love the strength and power with them, and the well-attached mammary systems. Very much so worthy of their first place.
Breeders' Best 3 and Dairy Herd were both exhibited by John Welker. Congratulations, John. That does conclude our AOP division in Ring A. We'll move now to the AOP division in Ring B.
These are all other purebreds yearlings. Today, one is placing over 2 for the advantage, primarily in general appearance. She's wider and flatter in the loin. She's more nearly level from her hips to her pins than the doe we see in 2. Additionally, she has the advantage in the mammary system, showing us more height than width to rear udder attachment, more extension to fore udder attachment than this second place doe. She will be my first place setter. 2 is placing over 3 for the advantage she shows us in general appearance. She's more correctly angulated through that stifle joint and stronger on her rear pasterns than the doe we see in 3. She also has an advantage in mammary system with more width of rear udder attachment, more appropriate capacity to mammary system than we see in this third place doe. Our third place doe over our fourth place doe for the advantage in mammary system in her own turn. She is wider in her fore udder attachment. She's higher and wider in her rear udder attachment. Shows us more bloom to that mammary system than our doe in 4. She also has the advantage in dairy strength. She's sharper over her withers. She's a little more open in her rib than this doe in 4. The fourth place doe appreciate the strength and levelness of both back and rump, for which she should be commended.
In Ring B, for the 2024 Colorado State Fair AOP Division, first place with first place udder goes to entry 1402. Prairie Dust Farm Raleigh is the goat's name. It was exhibited by Timory Foster. Second place, entry 1308. Mosaic Ramello Sunkissed, exhibited by John Welker. Third place, entry 1473. Pleasant Grove AK Sriracha, exhibited by Jen Dionisio. And fourth place, entry 1307, Mosaic Serrano Simona, exhibited by John Welker. We move now to our all other purebred class, does that are 2 years but under 3 years old.
All right, single entry in our recorded grade milking yearling class. A doe that is really beautiful in general appearance. She's upstanding, long and level, showing us tremendous capacity at mammary system. Very much so worthy of a first place, and we'll see her back for the champion lineup. All right, single entry 3-year-old. Single entry recorded grade doe here, doe with a really high, well attached mammary system, showing its tremendous capacity. That mammary system, very much so worthy of her first place. We'll see her in here for the champion lineup.
In ring A, we just had 2 entries in the recorded grade division, so we have moved ahead with those, and we are bringing those animals back in the ring for the selection of grand champion. And with no challengers, the champion of the recorded grade will also be best of breed.
These are our 2-year-old AOPs. Today, one is placing over 2 for her advantage primarily in general appearance. She's smoother blending in her front end assembly. She's more nearly level from her hips to her pins. And when we watch them on the move, she's stronger on those rear pasterns. Shows us more depth of heel than the second place doe. Our second place doe over our third place doe for the advantage that she shows us in general appearance in her own turn. She's more nearly level from her hips to her pin. She's fuller and wider through the loin than this doe in 3. She also has the advantage of mammary system. She shows us more extension to foreudder attachment. Shows us a little more balance and symmetry to that mammary system when viewed from the side. My second place doe will be my first place udder. 3 is placing over 4 for the advantage of mammary system in her own turn. She shows us much more height to rear udder attachment, a little more appropriate texture to mammary system than this doe in 4. She also has an advantage in dairy strength. She's a touch sharper over her withers, though she's going to grant to the length of bone pattern that we see in this doe in 4. Our fourth place doe over our fifth place doe for that advantage in general appearance. She's more nearly level from her hips to her pin. She's more naturally level in the area of the loin when we watch them on the move. She's also a little stronger on those rear pasterns than this doe in 5. Our fifth place doe really appreciate the depth of rib that she shows us, for which she should be commended.
All right, these are our recorded grade, our lineup. We had 2 entries in our recorded grade show here. Certainly some does that could have been deserving of even more competition here. But we've got the headline here. We've got our 4-year-old doe with a well-attached mammary system, the height, the width, the placement of the teats, and then we've got our milking yearling doe here. I really like the general appearance, and there's trade-offs between these 2 does because I could kind of go either way with them. But today, for the advantage in the general appearance, the levelness over the top line, more nearly level from hips to pins. And the more smoothly blended that front end assembly. I'm going to the yearling will be my champion, and the 3-year-old will be my reserve. As far as the mammary system, it's going to go to the older doe, and she'll be our best udder, though.
In ring A, the best of breed and grand champion for the recorded grade division was the doe that was in the 1 year to under 2-year-old class. Was entry 1404. Prairie Dust Farm Rappel is the goat's name. It was exhibited by Timmery Foster. Timmery, congratulations. The reserve grand champion and the best udder of breed came out of the 3 to under 4-year-old class. Was entry 1323. Sweet Bees Fancy Nancy, exhibited by Aaron Cornett. Aaron, congratulations to you. Back in ring B, we completed the 2 to under 3-year-old class for the AOP division. First place went to entry 1310. Mosaic Leo Linden is the goat's name. John Walker, the exhibitor. Second place with first place udder was entry 1311. Mosaic Rain Something Spicy, exhibited by John Walker. Third place was entry 1455, Snickerdoodle, exhibited by Jody Griffin. Fourth place was entry 1309, Mosaic CFL Joy, exhibited by John Walker. And fifth place was entry 1456, Cookie Come, exhibited by Jody Griffin. At this point, we're back in our ring B with 3 to under 4-year-old AOPs.
right. These are 3-year-old AOPs. Today, one is placing over 2 for her advantage primarily in general appearance. She's stronger on her rear pasterns, a little more correct in the set to her hock when we watch them on the move. Additionally, she does have an advantage in mammary system with more height to rear udder attachment, more width of fore udder attachment, though she is going to grant to the capacity to mammary system that we see in this doe in 2. Our second place doe over our third place doe for the advantage in mammary system in her own turn. She shows us more extension to her fore udder attachment, shows us more balance and symmetry to the mammary system when viewed in the profile, shows us more appropriate capacity to mammary system than this doe in 3. Additionally, she does have the advantage in dairy strength, being just a bit sharper over her withers, a little flatter and more open in her rib. She's going to grant to the length of bone pattern that we see on this third place doe. Our third place doe over our fourth place doe for the advantage she shows us in mammary system in her own turn. She's smoother and snugger in her fore udder attachment. She also has an advantage in dairy strength. She's longer in her bone pattern. She's flatter and more open in her rib. And in the area of general appearance, or in the area of body capacity, there's just a lot more of her in every direction than this doe we see in 4. Our fourth place doe over our fifth place doe, it's for the advantage she shows us in mammary system. She's higher and smoother in her rear udder attachment. She's smoother and snugger in her fore udder attachment than this doe that comes out in 5th. Our fifth place doe over our sixth place doe, it's for the advantage that she shows us in mammary system with a more appropriate texture to that mammary system and more extension to fore udder attachment, and a little more width of rear udder attachment. Additionally, she does have an advantage in general appearance, being wider over her loin and wider from thurl to thurl. Doe at the end of the line really like the levelness of top line that she shows us, for which she should be commended.
In our AOP division, first place in our does 3 to under 4 years old with first place udder, entry 1122. Briargate Miranda is the goat's name. Caitlin Hardesty is the exhibitor. Second place, entry 1313. Mosaic Eli Rain Dance ET, exhibited by John Welker. Third place, entry 1312. Mosaic Rain Svetlana, exhibited by John Welker. Fourth place, entry 1314, Mosaic WJC Letitia, exhibited by John Welker. Fifth place, entry 1074, Mabel, exhibited by Jerome Wheeler. And sixth place, entry 1314, Mosaic WHJC Jelly, exhibited by John Welker. We have a single entry in our AOP 5 years and over class.
We have a nice single entry. Aged doe in our AOP division. Really appreciate this doe's body capacity. I love that depth of rib, the spring of rib that she shows us. Appreciate her general appearance, the natural upstandingness that she shows us, the width of rump, and the strength of rear feet and legs for her age. When we look at the mammary system, a doe who maybe could use a little more bloom to mammary system today, but very correct in the shape to mammary system. Really appreciate the smoothness and snugness of fore udder attachment. Very deserving of her first place.
First place in our AOP does 5 years and over class. First place with first place udder. Entry 1123, Briargate Salsa, exhibited by Caitlin Hardesty. We'll bring the first place animals back in the ring now for the selection of AOP Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion.
This is my lineup for my champion AOP senior doe. There's one doe out here that really stands out, particularly in the area of the mammary system, with the appropriateness of capacity to mammary system, the overall area of attachment, as well as the dairy strength and general appearance that she shows us. I'm going to use the yearling. She will be my champion. We bring in an extremely dairy second place yearling. Not quite the correctness in the shape and snugness of mammary system. For my reserve, I'm going to use a doe who I really admire for the strength of body that she shows us, the correctness and general appearance, the dairy strength and depth of rib. We're going to use the aged doe. She'll be our reserve. This is our AOP Champion Challenge class. We bring in a really beautiful 4-year-old Sonnendoe as our challenger and our yearling Alpine. I'm going to talk about best udder first. So for my best udder today, I think we have some trade-offs between this too. We see a little more smoothness of blending in that fore-udder attachment in our yearling. She's a touch more correct in the teat placement. However, for the overall area of attachment, the height and width of rear udder attachment, we are going to use the challenger for our best udder. And then for our champion challenge, we are going to place them as they stand. So the yearling placing over the 4-year-old doe for the advantage that she shows us primarily in general appearance. She's more correct in the set to her hock. She's stronger on her rear pasterns. She's tighter in her toes than the doe we see in 2. Additionally, she has the advantage in dairy strength. She's leaner in her neck. She's sharper and more prominent about her withers. She shows us more sweep and angulation to her rib than the doe we see in 2nd. That said, really appreciate the beautiful mammary system on this 4-year-old doe, for which she should definitely be commended.
In Ring B, for the AOP division, the best of breed animal was the grand champion of the day. That was entry 1402. Prairie Dust Farm Raleigh is the goat's name. Timory Foster is the exhibitor. Timory, congratulations. The challenger was awarded the best udder of the breed. That was entry 1316. Pearl Valley Something Royal 2, exhibited by John Welker. Congratulations on that award, John. That does complete our AOP division in Ring B. We'll move to the recorded grade division in Ring B.
We bring in a single entry yearling milker in our recorded grade division, a doe that really could stand some competition. Appreciate the balance and symmetry to mammary system that we see when viewed in the profile. Really appreciate the overall shape to mammary system that she shows us. Love the dairy strength, the length of bone pattern, and sharpness over the withers that she shows us. Lots of correctness in general appearance, particularly strength of rear pasterns and correctness of angulation. Very deserving of her first place.
First place in our recorded grade yearling class, entry 1404, Prairie Dust Farm Rapple is the goat's name, Timory Foster, the exhibitor. We have another entry, a doe 3 years to under 4 in the recorded grade division.
This is our 3-year-old recorded grade, another single entry that's very deserving of her blue ribbon. Appreciate this doe's dairy strength, the sharpness over the withers, the flatness and openness of rib. Appreciate the mammary system, the width of rear udder attachment, the strength of medial suspensory ligament. We're going to keep her out here for our champion lineup.
In our recorded grade, does 3 to under 4 years old. First place with first place udder. Single entry goes to Sweet Bees, Fancy Nancy. Aaron Cornett is the exhibitor. We'll now choose our recorded grade champion and reserve champion and best of breed animal for the recorded grade division in Ring B.
Right. Only 2 animals here in our recorded grade division, but lots of quality really in both of these animals and some trade-offs between them. Today, my best udder and my best of breed will be the doe, who shows us a bit more width of rear udder attachment, more smoothness of blending in that fore udder attachment. She's also a little smoother blending in that front end assembly. She's tighter and fuller at the point of elbow. We're going to use our 3-year-old doe as our champion and our yearling as our reserve.
In our recorded grade division for Ring B, the grand champion animal, it'll also be the best of breed animal and have the best udder for the breed, is entry 1323, Sweet Bees, Fancy Nancy, exhibited by Aaron Cornett. Aaron, congratulations. The reserve grand champion is the yearling, entry 1404, Prairie Dust Farm Rapple, exhibited by Timory Foster. Timory, congratulations to you. We'll move now back to Ring A with our Toggenburg Senior Doe Show. Attention exhibitors, if you do not have a goat in the best doe and show competition, you are free to leave. You do need a release form from Mary before you can go. Once again, if you do not have an animal in the best doe and show competition and you don't want to stay and watch, you can leave. You do need a release form from Mary. Thank you.
All right, these are our yearling Toggenburg does, and I'm going to go 1/2 today for the advantage that she has on general appearance. Just a more upstanding doe that is longer over that top line, showing us more width from thurl to thurl, than standing behind her. Also, I feel she has advantage of mammary system, just a little more extension of that fore as far as lactating tissue with her than we're seeing in our, and she will be my first udder as well. 2/3 today, I feel had the advantage, has the advantage in her mammary system. We're just seeing more symmetry to that mammary system when viewed from the side, more appropriate placement of the teats. Awesome body capacity, just a little bit more depth of heart, full and more fuller at the point of elbow there than we're seeing in this third place doe. Third place doe is certainly a doe that we like the length over that top line, and we're going to commend her for that. Thank you.
And our Toggenburg breed yearling does first place with first place udder goes to entry 1406. Mountain Pines Roxy is the goat's name. Timory Foster is the exhibitor. Second place, entry 1412. Rue is the goat's name. Nicole McChesney is the exhibitor. And third place, entry 1411. Rain is the goat's name. And Nicole McChesney, again, the exhibitor. We move now to our Toggenburg does 2 to under 3.
right. These are 2-year-old Toggenburg. 2-year-old Toggenburg does. Kind of some things that really to trade off with it. It wasn't a super easy class to just go through and pick out an obvious. But I'm going to go 1 over 2 today. I feel she's going to, have the advantage in general. Parents will watch these does walk around. She walks with more uphill. Also in body capacity, just more depth in that rear rib than we're seeing in our second place doe, more just width in that chest floor that we're seeing. Also in the mammary system, we're just seeing more fullness to that forerudder, more extension of that forerudder, smoothness of blending to that forerudder. And then when we look at her from behind width to that rear udder, then we're seeing then in our second place doe. 2 over 3 today, FL had the advantage in her turn the mammary system, just a little bit more height to that rear udder when viewed from behind. Also in general appearance, just a doe that's just a little bit more nearly level from hips to pins to the doe standing behind her today. But the doe standing here in third, certainly a doe we really like the body capacity, the depth that we see in that rear rib, and we want to commend her for that. Thank you.
First place in our 2-year-old to under 3-year-old Toggenburg class with first place udder, entry 1407, Prairie Dust Farm Patriot, exhibited by Timory Foster. Second place, entry 1084, Kiowa Creek Lily Fair, exhibited by Davany Hastings. Third place, entry 1413, Jill is the goat's name, exhibited by Nicole McChesney. We move now to our Toggenburg senior does 3 to under 4.
All right, these are 3-year-old Toggenburg does here, and starting the head of the line, close pair I feel between the two, but 1 over 2 today I feel has an advantage, a slight advantage in the mammary system. We're just seeing ever so slight more appropriate placement of the teats on the floor, the that mammary system, a little bit more strength in that medial suspensory. Also in dairy strength, she picks up and just being just a little bit more open in the rib than we're seeing in our second place doe. 2/3 today, I feel, at the advantage in general appearance. A doe that's just much more nearly level from hips to pins than we're seeing with the doe. Also, the mammary system, just a little bit more fullness to that fore udder and height to that rear udder when viewed from behind. 3/4 today, Phil had the advantage. It's going to be in body capacity, just more depth of heart, depth in that rear rib today as well. And then in the mammary system, just a little bit more similar to that mammary system when viewed from the side. But this fourth place doe is certainly a doe that's very dairy and really like the openness to the rib, and we're going to commend her for that. Thank you.
First place with first place udder in our Toggenburg Does 3 to under 4-year-old class, entry 1416, Kristen's SV Ava, exhibited by Nicole McChesney. Second place, entry 1408, Prairie Dust Farm Naked Juice, exhibited by Timory Foster. Third place, entry 1414, Peach is the goat's name, Nicole McChesney is the exhibitor. And fourth place, entry 1324, Nestor Acres AR Cocoa Pop, exhibited by Aaron Cornett. We move now to our Toggenburg Does 4 to under 5.
All right, these are our 4-year-old Toggenburg does, and I'm going 1/2 today for one advantage in general appearance. A doe I feel is just a little bit more upstanding, a little taller over that, or excuse me, a little bit longer over that top line that we're seeing with her today. And in the mammary system, just a little bit more similar to that mammary system when viewed from the side, giving her that advantage over the second place doe, and a little bit more appropriate placement of teats as well. So she'll be my first place udder. The second place doe, though, certainly a very dairy doe. Really like the openness that we see in the ribs with her, and we're going to commend her for that. Thank you.
Toggenburg Does 4 years but under 5. First place with first place udder goes to entry 1326. Sweet Bees Link to Madness is the goat's name. Aaron Cornett is the exhibitor. Second place, entry 1327. Sweet Bees Myth, also exhibited by Aaron Cornett. We have a 5-year-old single entry animal now at this point.
right, single entry, 5-year-old Toggenburg doe standing out here. Doe that's very dairy. She's very upstanding. Showing us a lot of capacity at mammary system. Very much so worthy of her first place, and we'll just let her stay there for the champion lineup.
First place in our Toggenburg 5-year-old class, also first place udder, Kristen's SV Marie, exhibited by Aaron Cornett. We'll bring our first place animals back in the ring now for the selection of Toggenburg Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion.
All right, this is our lineup for a senior Toggenburg champion. Head the line here. We have our 5-year-old doe, a doe that I really like. Very dairy doe. Very open in the rib. We have our 4-year-old doe here, a doe with a well capacity, that mammary system. I like the depth in that rear rib that we're seeing with her. We have our 3-year-old doe, a doe that is striking in general appearance. She's smooth in that front end assembly, very level over that top line, well attached mammary system. We have our 2-year-old doe here, a doe with a tremendous capacity to that mammary system, with a lot of depth and power throughout. And we have our milking yearling doe down here, a doe that I really like, the strength and the power and the levelness over that top line. For me, my closest competition is going to come between the 3-year-old and the 2-year-old today. But I feel I'm going to go with the 3-year-old today. I feel she excels a 2-year-old in general appearance. She's a lot more nearly level from hips to pins. And the mammary system, we're just seeing a little bit more height to that rear and more appropriate placement of the teats on the center of the floor. So the 3-year-old will be my champion. All right, we've brought in the second place 3-year-old in that group, and a doe that we really like the general appearance. She's very upstanding, incredibly level, but I don't feel she's got quite the capacity of the mammary system and the height, the width and the overall attachment that we're seeing in the 2-year-old, and so the 2-year-old will be my reserve.
For the Toggenburg division, in Ring A, the grand champion came out of the 3 to under 4-year-old class. It was entry 1416. Kristen's SV Ava is the goat's name. Nicole McChesney is the exhibitor. And the reserve grand champion came out of the 2 to under 3-year-old class. It was entry 1407, Prairie Does Farm Patriot, exhibited by Timmery Foster. We do have a couple of challengers today for the title of Best of Breed. So after we identify some animals, we will make sure that we move to that class.
right, we've brought in our challenge to compete with our champion, and we're going to go with one of the challengers. The head of the line here, we have an 8-year-old doe with 7 freshenings that's been milking through since last year. And she has the advantage, and not just that, but she has the advantage also in the mammary system, just more height to that rear udder, more fullness to that, or just more of our attachment and capacity to that mammary system. And again, given due regard to that we're seeing a doe that's been milking through and her age. Also in general appearance, just a doe that's just longer over that top line, and just a little bit more upstanding than we're seeing in our second place doe. 2 over 3 today, Phil had the advantage. In our third place doe is a 7-year-old doe with 7 freshenings, but we're seeing this 3-year-old doe, just a rear udder is just a little bit more smoothly blended into that scutcheon, just a little bit more fullness to that fore udder, and then in general appearance, she's smoother blending in that front end assembly, full in their area crops, and more nearly level from hips to pins. But again, nothing to take away from the capacity and the strength that we're seeing in this 7-year-old doe today. Thank you.
The best of breed today for ring A in the Toggenburg breed was one of the challengers. It was entry 1409, SG Rose Romano A. Ramona. Let me start that over. SG Rose Romano A. Ramona, exhibited by Timory Foster. Congratulations, Timory. Second place in that class was the champion of the day. Again, that was entry 1416, Kristen's SV Ava, exhibited by Nicole McChesney. And third place was entry 1415, CH State Line Favor, exhibited by Nicole McChesney. We move now to a couple of group classes, starting with Dam Daughter.
All right, we've got a Dam and Daughters here, and I'm going to go with the group on to my right over 1 over 2. For the advantage we're seeing in the mammary system, just more smoothly blended into that scutcheon that we're seeing with them today. Giving that advantage over this second place doe. The second place group here, though, certainly a does. They're showing us a lot of capacity at mammary system, a lot of strength and power, and we want to commend them for that. Thank you.
Dam Daughter, first place. Peach is the dam, first place. Nicole McChesney is the exhibitor. Second place, Ava is the dam. And again, Nicole McChesney is the exhibitor.
right, this is our lineups for our best dairy herd, and I'm going to go 1, 2, and 3, just as they're going from my left to right. 1 over 2 today I feel has advantage. Part of this is going to be in the mammary system. I'm just seeing more smoothness of blending into that rear udder. Also in general appearance, just a little bit more levelness over the top line that we're seeing. 2 over 3 today I feel it's going to be the advantage. We're seeing in general appearance, a combination of general appearance and body capacity. We're just seeing more width across those loins, more strength of bone, depth of power throughout that we're seeing with them. Then we're seeing, but nothing to take away from this third place group, a group that is very dairy productive does, and we're going to commend them for that. Thank you.
In our dairy herd, first place goes to Timory Foster, second place Nicole McChesney, and third place Aaron Cornett. That does conclude our Toggenburg breed in Ring A. We'll move to the Toggenburg breed in Ring B at this point.
These are my Toggenburg yearling milkers. Today, 1 is placing over 2 for her advantage in the mammary system. She shows us more height to rear udder attachment, more smoothness, a blending of fore udder attachment with less non-lactating tissue. She also has the advantage in dairy strength. She's longer in her bone pattern. She's longer and leaner in her neck and more open in her rib than this doe in 2. Our second place doe over our third place doe. It's for the advantage she shows us in general appearance. She's more nearly level from her hips to her pins and longer through that rump structure when we watch her on the move. She has the advantage in the mammary system in her own term with more height than width of rear udder attachment, more smoothness, a blending of fore udder attachment. The doe in third really appreciate the length and levelness of back that she shows us, for which she should be commended.
First place with first place udder in the Toggenburg breed in the B ring. Entry 1406, Mountain Pines Roxy, exhibited by Timory Foster. Second place, entry 1412, Rue is the goat's name. Nicole McChesney is the exhibitor. And third place, entry 1411, Rain, exhibited by Nicole McChesney. We move now to our Toggenburg does 2 to under 3 years old.
These are our 2-year-old Toggenburgs. Today, one is placing over 2 for the advantage she shows us primarily in the mammary system. Shows us more appropriate capacity to mammary system with more width of foreudder attachment, more width of rear udder attachment than the doe in 2. Additionally, she does have the advantage in general appearance. She's tighter and fuller at the point of elbow. She's deeper in her heart. She stands with those rear legs a little more correctly underneath her with a more correct thorough placement than the doe we see in 2. Our second place doe over our third place doe, for the advantage that she shows us again in the mammary system, being smoother blending in that foreudder attachment, showing us a little more appropriate texture to mammary system than this doe in 3. She also has the advantage in general appearance, being wider over her loin and wider from thurl to thurl, and dairy strength being a little sharper over her withers, more sweeping to her rib. This doe in 3 really appreciate the depth of rib that she shows us and the smoothness of blending from her neck into her withers, for which she should be commended.
In our Toggenburg 2 to under 3-year-old class, first place with first place udder goes entry 1407, Prairie Dust Farm. Patriot is the goat's name. Timmery Foster is the exhibitor. Second place goes entry 1413, Jill, exhibited by Nicole McChesney. Third place, entry 1084, Kiowa Creek Lily Fair is the goat's name. Davany Hastings is the exhibitor. We move now to our Toggenburg does 3 to under 4.
Another beautiful class of Toggenburgs. Today, this is our 3-year-old class. One is placing over 2 for the advantage. She shows us a mammary system. Shows us more extension to our forerudder attachment, more height than width of rear udder attachment, more overall support to that mammary system than the doe we see in 2. Additionally, she does have an advantage in general appearance. She blends, she's a little stronger in the area of the chine. She's more nearly level from our hips to our pins. Our second place doe over our third place doe. For the advantage, she shows us in general appearance in her own turn. She's more nearly level from her hips to her pin. She's stronger on her rear pasterns as we watch them travel around the ring. She also has the advantage in dairy strength, being a bit more prominent about her withers, a little longer and leaner in her neck than this doe in 3. We see some trade-offs between the mammary systems here, but we do see more width of forerudder attachment, more height to rear udder attachment on the doe in 2. 3 placing over 4. For the advantage, she shows us a mammary system in her own turn. She shows us more balance and symmetry to her mammary system when viewed from the rear, more width of rear udder attachment. She also has an advantage in body capacity, being a bit deeper in her heart, and in general appearance being more nearly level in the area of the loin. Doe at the end of the line, really appreciate the length of bone pattern and the dairiness that she shows us, for which she should be commended.
Toggenburg 3 to under 4-year-old class. First place with first place udder, entry 1408. Prairie Dust Farm Naked Juice is the goat's name. Timory Foster is the exhibitor. Second place, entry 1414. Kristen's SV Ava, exhibited by Nicole McChesney. Third place, entry 1414. Peach is the goat's name, exhibited by Nicole McChesney. And fourth place, entry 1324. Nestor Acres AR Cocoa Puff, exhibited by Aaron Cornett. We move now to our 4-year-old but under 5-year-old class.
All right, in this class of Toggenburg does, one is placing over 2 for the advantage. She shows us in the mammary system. Shows us more strength of medial suspensory ligament. She's more correct in her teat placement, wider in her forudder attachment than the doe in 2. She also has the advantage in dairy strength. She's longer in her bone pattern and longer and leaner in her neck than the second place doe. And in body capacity, she's deeper in her heart than the doe in 2. The second place doe, really appreciate the openness and sweep to rib that she shows us, for which she should be commended.
For our Toggenburg does 4 years but under 5, first place goes to entry 1326. Sweet Bees to Madness is the goat's name. Aaron Cornett is the exhibitor. Second place, entry 1327, Sweet Bees Myth, exhibited by Aaron Cornett. We move now to a single entry in our Toggenburg 5-year-old class.
We have a single entry age doe that's very deserving of her first place today. Really appreciate the dairy strength of this doe. I love the length and leanness of neck, the sharpness over the withers, the overall length of bone pattern that she shows us. Her mammary system, appreciate the smoothness of blending of that forerunner attachment, the overall balance and symmetry that we see when viewed in the profile. We're going to leave her right where she is for our champion lineup.
In our Toggenburg 5-year-old class in Ring B, first place with first place udder goes to Kristen's S.V. Marie, exhibited by Aaron Cornett. That completes all of our age group classes for the Toggenburg breed in Ring B. We'll bring the first place animals back in for the selection of Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion.
This is my lineup for my senior champion, Toggenburg. There's one doe out here that really stands out in terms of the overall correctness and general appearance, the sharpness and angulation that she shows us, as well as the shape and area of attachment to that mammary system. While she is going to give up just a couple points in the head and breed characteristics, I'm going to use the black doe in the middle. She's going to be my champion. All right, we bring in our second place 3-year-old, and I think the competition for our reserve really is between the second place 3-year-old and the 2-year-old directly behind her. The doe that really excels in the overall support to the mammary system, the extension to forerunner attachment, and the levelness in the area of the rump, I'm going to stay in that same class. My second place will be my reserve.
All right, Ring B, the Grand Champion and the Reserve Grand Champion animal both came out of the does 3 years to under 4. The Grand Champion was entry 1408, Prairie Dust Farm Naked Juice, exhibited by Timmery Foster. Timmery, congratulations. The Reserve Grand Champion was that same class, 1414, Kristen's S.V. Ava, exhibited by Nicole McChesney. Congratulations, Nicole. With that, we do have 2 challengers that will come in and challenge that champion of the day for the title of Best of Breed.
This is our Toggenburg Champion Challenge class. Today, 1 is placing over 2. For the advantage, she shows us primarily in general appearance. She tracks a touch straighter on those 4 legs. She's more correct in the head and breed characteristic, being more correct in that coloration today than the doe in 2. She also has an advantage in dairy strength. She's longer in her overall bone pattern. She's longer in her neck than our second place doe. For our best udder today, I think we have some trade-offs between these two. I prefer the overall capacity to mammary system, the width of rear udder that we see on this first place doe, but for that smoothness of blending and the fore udder attachment and the more moderate length of medial suspensory ligament, my best udder is going to be on my second place doe. 2 is placing over 3 for the advantage in general appearance in her own turn. She's more nearly level from her hips to her pin. She's fuller in the crops and stronger on those rear pasterns than this doe in 3. The third place doe, a doe that I really admire for that body capacity. Love the depth and spring of rib that she shows us, for which she should be commended. Beautiful class.
In ring B, the Toggenburg best of breed animal was one of the challengers. Entry 1409, SG Rose Romano A. Ramona, exhibited by Timory Foster. Timory, congratulations. Second place in that class and the best udder of the breed was the champion of the day, entry 1408, Prairie Dust Farm Naked Juice, exhibited by Timory Foster. Congratulations again, Timory. And third place was entry 1415, CH State Line Favor, exhibited by Nicole McChesney. Once again, exhibitors, if you had a best of breed animal, please have that animal milked out. We would like to have them back ringside at 12:55, and we'll start the best doe and show competition at 1 o'clock in ring A. Thank you. We're going to start the best doe in show competition in ring A. Just a reminder, exhibitors, after this we need you to get a release form before you leave the fairgrounds from Mary. Make sure you have that before you try to get out of the gate. We're going to bring the animals in the order that they were shown today. The La Mancha, Sweet Bee's Manishka, okay, wait, we're waiting for one animal. All right, ring A, our best of breed La Mancha, Sweet Bee's Manishka. Our best of breed Nigerian Dwarf, 7R Sisters Miss Piggy. Our AOP best of breed, Pearl Valley Something Royal 2. And our recorded grade best of breed, Prairie Dust Farm Rapple. And our Toggenburg best of breed, SG Rose Romano A. Ramona. These are the best of the breed that were shown earlier today.
All right, this is our lineup for my best in show. And before I go down, then just want to thank everybody. It's been a wonderful show, and I know we still have best udder, but just been an amazing show of beautiful goats throughout, and the exhibitors have been amazing. We have the head of the line here. We have our 4-year-old La Mancha doe, a doe that is very level over that top line, a doe that's very structurally correct in her general appearance. We have our Nigerian dwarf doe, a doe here that's very uphill, is milked down very well. Really like the openness in that escutcheon. Our Sonnen doe from our AOP group, a doe that's very level over that top line, very strong, showed us a tremendous capacity at mammary system. We have our yearling recorded grade here doe here, a doe really like the length of neck, the sharpness in the withers, the beautiful general appearance that we see with her. And then we have our 8-year-old Toggenburg doe here that is milked down exceptionally well. She's very dairy, very open in the ribs. For me, my closest competition comes between the Sonnen and the Toggenburg today with them, but given due regard to age and stage and lactation and the incredible texture that we see with the Toggenburg doe, she's going to be my best in show.
Best doe in show for ring A today at the 2024 Colorado State Fair is the Toggenburg. It was entry 1409 SG Rose Romano A. Ramona, exhibited by Timmery Foster. Timmery, congratulations. We have to switch out a goat or two here, and then we'll choose the best udder in the show for the A ring.
All right, we've brought in a couple other does that we've substituted in for the mammary system. We have our La Mancha doe here at the head of the line, an amazing mammary system that's milked very well, and then we have our recorded grade doe. But I'm still going to go back down to the Toggenburg. This incredible texture, remembering how wide and full that mammary system was, so she'll be my best udder as well.
Once again, the best udder in the show was on our best doe in show. SG Rose Romano A. Ramona is the goat's name again. Timmery, congratulations once again. And we'll move to ring B for the same competition in ring B. Best doe in show, best udder of show. Once again, we will bring the animals in ring B in the same order that they were shown. The La Mancha, Sweet Bee's Natasha, the Nigerian Dwarf, 7R Sisters, Miss Piggy, the AOP, Best of Breed, Prairie Dust Farm Raleigh, and the recorded grade, Sweet Bee's Fancy Nancy, and the Toggenburg, SG Rose Romano A. Ramona, the best of the breeds from earlier today. Once again, exhibitors, as our judges evaluating these animals, make sure that you get your release form from Mary before you try to get out the gate. Thank you.
This is my lineup for my best senior doe and show. It's always a privilege to be able to judge a show and just really appreciate the opportunity to come out here. Really impressed with the depth of quality that we've seen. Not huge numbers, but really good does top to bottom in all of these classes. Really appreciate the committee doing a great job of keeping this show moving smoothly. Just really a positive experience all the way around. Today, our best doe and show is going to be the doe who I think really stands out in terms of general appearance and mammary system, the dairy strength that she shows us, and a doe that has tons of body capacity as well, really just a doe that excels in all four categories of the scorecard. I'm going to use the 8-year-old Toggenburg as well. She'll be my best doe and show.
Ring B, best doe and show, was the Toggenburg. SG Rose Romano A. Ramona. Again, the exhibitor is Timmery Foster. Timmery, congratulations once again as we move now to our best udder in show.
This is my lineup for my Best Udder and Show. I think we have lots of trade-offs out here, but today my Best Udder and Show is going to be a doe that I really admire for the overall area of attachment that she shows us, the support to this mammary system, the overall shape to mammary system, and what we might like to see her be just a touch more correct in that texture. Might have liked to see her milk down a little bit better. Just really love the shape and attachments on the Toggenburg doe, and she'll be my Best Udder and Show.
Best udder in show for ring B is Prairie Dust Farm Naked Juice is the goat's name. Timmery Foster is the exhibitor. Timmery, once again, congratulations. Thank you to all the exhibitors. Thank you for your promptness, for preparing your animals. Thank you to our judges. We just thank you for attending the Colorado State Fair. And we'll welcome you back to the 2025 Colorado State Fair.